1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the University of Manchester and the splendid surroundings of the Whitworth Hall for this graduation ceremony. In particular, I would like to welcome our graduates and congratulate you all on your hard work and magnificent achievements during your time with us. The skills, knowledge, and experience you have developed here will give you a strong platform to not only build your career and achieve your goals, but also to succeed in the face of any obstacles that you meet in the future. We're also delighted to see so many friends, family members, and supporters here today. We thank you for the care and encouragement you have given to our graduates during their studies. This has been so important to their success. The whole university joins you in feeling extremely proud of what they have achieved. Our history is one of education, innovation, global connections, and change, of making a difference. From our Nobel laureates, renowned researchers, and passionate lecturers, tutors, and teaching staff, to our librarians, caterers, cleaners, well-being teams, res life officers, students' union representatives, and many more who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support the running of this great institution. It is our people that make us who we are, and it is likely that this is what drew you to Manchester along with the city itself. As the UK's first industrial city, Manchester continues to lead the way today, whether through its advocacy for equality and environmental responsibility, its innate creativity, or the warmth and humour of its people. Our students are a huge part of this. Once you have lived in Manchester, you are an honorary Mancunian for life. When you decided to study at the University of Manchester, you chose to make your mark on the future, both for yourselves and for the greater good of society and the environment. Allow yourself to be inspired by the university's motto, Cognitio Sapientia Humanitas, knowledge, wisdom, humanity. During your studies, you will all have, in your own special way, enriched and contributed to the University of Manchester as it exists today, more than 200 years on from its foundation. You have helped shape the future for those who will follow in your footsteps too. We were the first university in the UK to set social responsibility as a core goal, and we encourage all our students to consider their place in the world and how they can stand out and make a difference. Throughout the course of your studies and life at Manchester, you will have gained the skills and knowledge to find success and become responsible leaders of tomorrow. We will be proudly watching. You will also have the opportunity to let us know what you are doing when 15 months from completion of your programme, the Higher Education Statistics Agency, or HESA as it is known, invites you to complete the Graduate Outcomes Survey. This is an optional process, but we really appreciate any graduate who takes part, as it allows us to hear what you were up to and for us to learn and continue improving our programmes and to support our future cohorts of students. And of course, we must not forget the strong, supportive friendships and relationships that you have forged here, which I hope will sustain you for many years to come. Our support for you also continues beyond today's celebrations. Our careers service will continue to offer you help and guidance for 2 years, while our world-class libraries will remain available to you. Help us to stay in touch by sharing your contact information. You'll find the details in the graduation brochure. So today is a very important milestone, and you should celebrate your success. But this is the beginning of a new association with Manchester and the University of Manchester, not the end. You now belong to an alumni community of more than 550,000 graduates who are living and working in more than 190 countries worldwide, but who share roots in Manchester. By joining these alumni groups, you can connect with other Manchester graduates who can share their advice and support with you. During your time here, you will have also benefited from donations to our university in some respect. It may have been a scholarship or the chance to take part in a donor-funded program, or it may have simply been time spent enjoying our campus spaces. While you might not think of yourself as a philanthropist at the moment, anyone has the power to give back, whether through your time or financial support, and help Manchester's next generation of students. We hope that this is something that you will consider one day. As you look forward to where your journey takes you next, know that you are a vital part of our future. As Manchester graduates, you are part of our family and community, and our doors will always be open to you. I am now very pleased to introduce our commencement speaker and to introduce Elliot Briffa, City and Community Officer for the Students' Union here at the university. Elliot graduated in politics and modern history from the University of Manchester in 2024. He is in his second term as a Students' Union officer and is responsible for representing students to local government and community leaders, ensuring that students are engaged with their local communities and helping them to enact real change on issues that affect their everyday lives across campus and the city. He works with the rest of the elected executive officer team to ensure that our 48,000 students get the most out of their time in this city. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elliot. I'm the City and Community Officer at Students' Union. And for many of you, the past few years will have been building up to this moment right now. For others, it's been building up to the pub you'll be sprinting to as soon as the parents are on their way back home. Either way, those years will have no doubt been a journey, one that may have taken you halfway across the world. Domestic students going on placements, international students that very well may have never stepped foot on this green and pleasant land prior to studies commencing. But now you've reached the destination. Well done. Some of you may continue in academia. Some of you may never even wish to see a book again. I say now to the friends and family here to celebrate these students for their academic achievements, certainly. But remember also that today is not just a celebration of their final grades and late nights in the library. We're here to celebrate also the societies you've ran, the campaigns you've led, hours upon hours of volunteering in our communities, repping your courses to the university, holding down part-time jobs just to keep yourself going. And it's not always been easy or straightforward. It's becoming more apparent by the day that the world we are inheriting is not the world that we were promised as children. But throughout all of it, the shadow of COVID, soaring rent prices, continued marketisation, stagnant maintenance loans, casualised work becoming a necessity, climate breakdown, international wars and genocide, cancelled classes, strikes and industrial disputes, throughout all of that, students have stood up for themselves. Collectively and autonomously, you've made it to the finish line. You are graduating. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't give a special mention to my wonderful partner, Lizzie, It's been a difficult year, and I'm very proud of her for graduating with first-class honours. Many different paths lie ahead of you all, and I cannot promise that what comes next will be easy for you. As humanities students, it can feel like our options are limited. I'm sure some of you will have had to negotiate your choice of study with parents who were concerned that it was a Mickey Mouse degree, and we would have much rather you gone into the sciences. But don't listen to that rhetoric. In the coming years, in an increasingly scary world, it will be the humanities that saves us. Congratulations to all of you for playing your part towards developing our collective understandings of ourselves. I'll leave you now with an excerpt from Albert Einstein, one of the greatest scientific minds of a generation and an often overlooked advocate of the humanities. There lies before us, if we choose, continual progress in happiness, knowledge, and wisdom. Shall we instead choose death because we cannot forget our quarrels? We appeal as human beings to human beings. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. Thank you.
Vice President, colleagues, graduates, families and friends. I'm delighted to congratulate those of you graduating today on your success in obtaining your degrees, and to be able to do so in this wonderful setting of Whitworth Hall. Today, you embark on the next stage of your journey, but it is a journey that began many years ago, long before you arrived at Manchester. It started when you saw something you'd never seen before, heard something you didn't understand and wanted to hear more about, learned something that made you question what you thought you knew. Soon these interests became passions that would influence the subjects you choose to study further and the career you'd one day pursue. There have been many forks in the road, unexpected detours along the way, but they all brought you here today. This ceremony brings together students from several different disciplines within the School of Arts, Languages and Cultures. Many graduates at this ceremony have studied a language as part of their degree. What you may be interested in knowing is that students of modern languages are amongst the most highly employable of all those graduating this fortnight. And you have the deep knowledge, intercultural understanding, skills, and expertise which are increasingly prized in our global world. We have teaching and research experience in Arabic, Catalan, Chinese, French, German, Italian, Japanese, Portuguese, Russian, and Spanish. Of the languages I have just mentioned, at least 8, depending on how you do the maths, are in the top 10 most spoken languages in the world. Those of you graduating with degrees from art history and cultural practices have benefited enormously from being taught in a university and in a city that are literally bursting with creativity. Not many universities in the world can boast 2 important museums such as the Whitworth and the Manchester Museum, just having won the prize of European Museum of the Year, and a globally leading library such as the John Rylands. But whatever aspects of the arts and humanities you have studied, what arguably unites you is an interest in what makes us human, the creation of identity and what it means to be part of humanity. Graduation is also a moment to celebrate distinguished achievement. Students this year have produced some outstanding work, and I'm pleased to announce the following prizes. For the Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Samuel Laley and Charlotte Catherall. For the Dean's Award, Rosie Abbott, Catherine Blake, Flora Glass, Rui Long, Ella Palmer-Jones, Sol Stoppard, and Jiayus Zhang. For student prizes in the Department of Modern Languages and Cultures, Catherine Blake, Brendan McAteer, and Ella Palmer-Jones in Russian and East European Studies for the William Mather Prize for the best contribution to the discipline. Samuel Laley, Nicholas Hopper, and Kujalis Aldrich Moore in Spanish, Portuguese, and Latin American Studies for the J.W. Lees Memorial Prize for Outstanding Performance. Rosie Abbott for the Portuguese Prize. Valentina Zhang in Spanish, Portuguese, and Latin American Studies for the Instituto Cervantes Prize. Giorgia Marzani for the Società Dante Alighieri Prize for Best Overall Performance in Italian Language. Maggie Jones for the Società Dante Alighieri Prize for the Best Overall Performance in Italian Studies. Elizabeth Nandra in German for the Arvid Johansen Prize for Highest Mark in Linguistics. Juliette Knight for the Gunther Kloss Prize for Highest Mark in the German Essay. Madeleine Beale for the Gunther Kloss Prize for second highest mark in the German Essay. Milo Hartree for the Walter Scholarship Prize for Best Overall Performance in French. Mary Nesbitt for the Blakey Prize for Best Translation from French into English. Eloise Brennan and Flora Grass for the Wordsworth Prize for Best Dissertation in French. Sophie Pitchford and Mary Nesbitt in French for the Wordsworth Prize for Best Overall Performance. And Charlotte Catherall in Japanese for the Sam Wingfield Prize. For student prizes in the Department of Art History and Cultural Practices, congratulations are due to Rui Long and Jasmine Abdelkader for the Adam Kay Prize for Best History of Art Dissertation, and Casey Stonnell and Francesca Boulad for the Matsuda Prize for Outstanding Contribution to Dispatches in Art History. Warm congratulations to all. Armed with the academic success, your skills, and your breadth of experiences, there's every reason to be positive about the future. Your job prospects, having studied here, are enviable. And because employers all around the world recognize the value of the piece of paper you will soon be holding in your hand. I will now hand over to the presenters to begin the award ceremonies. Thank you.
Vice President, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Gregory Stewart Solomons. Niels Gaspar Henri Weinberg. And for the degree of Master of Arts, Art Gallery and Museum Studies, Grace Buckley. Po Ling Chan. Beth Elsa Talbot. Emanulia Theocardiou. And in Arts Management, Policy and Practice, Alexandra McGaughran Cross. Tianchi Mei. And in Digital Media, Culture and Society, Jack Edward Rowe. And in Library and Archive Studies, Ema Nakvi. Pei Chuan Matthew Yu. And for the award of Postgraduate Diploma, Art Gallery and Museum Studies, Maeve Murray. and for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Art History and English Literature with honors, Meja da Banofiu. Francesca Bullard. Edith Powell. Casey Louise Stommel. And in History of Art with honors, Jasmine Abdelkader. Evie Blackburn. Michael Siu Tai Chan. Grace Cook. Ellen Glickston. Nadia Grebe. Jiwen Guo. Elamai Harding. Jintang Hu. Benedict Yaki. Martha Jones. Nuala Kathleen Kisman. Alicia McKenzie. Amy McLaren. Elizabeth Murray Mills. Hannah Elizabeth Perry. Alex Shukov. Ria Thakur. And in History of Art and History with honors, Leona Yaboa. And in History of Art with Film Studies with honors, Rebecca Bright. And in History of Art with Theology with honors, Siobhan Lillian Rose Hickson.
Vice President, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Shi Yao Guo. Sung Yan Lee. And for the degree of Master of Arts, Modern Languages and Cultures, Alexander Thomas Arthur. and in Translation and Interpreting Studies, Sandra Loreno Delgado. Le Huang. Abigail Noel. Yeswan Yang. And for the award of postgraduate diploma in Translation and Interpreting Studies, Yashika Rohit Madhya. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Arabic Studies, with honours, Jolie Catherine Duyu. And in Arabic and French, with honours, William Harrison Thorpe. And in Arabic and Spanish, with honours, Alexi Duff. Yasmin El Ashkar. And in Art History and East Asian Studies, with honours, Erin Harris. And in Art History and French, with honours, Elizabeth Bowman. And in Chinese Studies, with honours, Nikita Eden. Tamara Fabre. Florence McNair Scott. Sharuba Namreen. Molly Sheridan. Frederick John Tucson. And in Cultures and Societies and Business and Management, with honours, Philippa Chong Hui Bati. Chao Dan. Yu Ting Tan. And in East Asian Studies, with honours, Daniel Denton. Lin Lian. Nathan Parry. Florence Rogers. And in East Asian Studies and Business and Management, with honours, Dionysius Kendis. Logan Maddox. Suryansh Mehrotra. Chen Tao Tan. And in East Asian Studies and Business and Management with professional experience with honours, Kai Ming Ng. And in East Asian Studies with International Study with honours, Dominikas Alexiunas. And in English Language and French with honours, Amelia Manel. And in English Language and Japanese with honours, Jessica Khan. And in English Literature and French with honours, Francesca Bedford. Emily Sarah Howe. And in English Literature and Spanish with honours, Caitlin May Taylor. Bethann Watkins. And in French Studies with honours, Ellie Beattie. Harriet Clover Faulkner. Emerald Andrea Roach. Emily Sutton. And in French and Chinese with honours, Grace Caitlin Brooks. Arabella Judith Thompson. And in French and German with honours, Alexander Robert Cordell. Killian Martin Tracy. And in French and Italian with honours, Maggie Scarlett Jones. Shan Singh Kohli. Ashley Phillips. Matthew Robson. And in French and Russian with honours, Flora Lily Lola Glass. And in French and Spanish with honours, Lily Devani. Isaac Diamond. Nina Goodland. Edward Hickey. Isabella Kai Oak. Thibault Le Thévenez d'Aubel. Julia Nazareno. Julia Pilteri. William Salmon. Monica Sarah Speed. Tobias Harry Sweeton Dewhurst. Edward Francisco Trulove. Ibrahim Ikram Ulak. And in German Studies with honours, Madeleine Lily Beale. Libby Manseg. And in German and Chinese with honours, Zena May Sheila Robinson. And in German and Japanese with honours, Elizabeth Ann Nandra. Nathan Edward Thwaites. And in German and Russian with honours, Catherine Blake. And in German and Spanish with honours, Milo Firabrais Kunze. Catriona Rowe. And in Italian Studies with honours, Giorgia Opel Mazzani. Sorry, and in Italian and Spanish with honours, Julia Harrison Laragione. Charlotte Mardula. Darcy Victoria Harriet Pujalski. Alexandra Roberts. Yasmin Holly Sanders. And in Japanese Studies with honours, Ari Sanj Basu. Connor Robert Bell. Benjamin Michael Fieron. Kerry Furlong. Alfie Marsh. Alessia Rabaioli. Chloe Vanessa Tibbett. Maciej Jakub Wojcik. And in Japanese with ancient history with honours, also graduating with an Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Charlotte Balaz Quethero. And in Japanese with International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response with honours, Iben Andrea Frisom Koenig. And in Middle Eastern Studies with honours, Madhya Shahid Khan. Kezia Mary Eve Taylor. And in Middle Eastern Studies with French with honours, Mohamed El Mansouri. And in Modern Language and Business and Management, Chinese with honours, Maria Gorbacheva. Natalie Yi K. Xing. Cedrine Shedea Vashti. Naya Keris Williams. And in Modern Language and Business and Management, French with honours, Sophie Amy. Leanne I. Laura Crowley. Harriet Sarah Curzon. Sonia Elena Jeanpel. Ulrika Dani. Claudine Ferrand. Florence Gravat. Millie James. Eva Grace Lockett. Edwin Rossett Ballard. Joshua Sidney McManus. and in modern language and business and management, German, with honours, Maximilian Louis Morley. Magdalena Smith. And in modern language and business and management, Italian, with honours, Marco Lin. Guangjun Angelo Sun. Hugh Zhao. And in modern language and business and management, Japanese, with honours, Alexis Nicole Wenshin Shou. Joaquin Fauquier Marquez. William Hedford James Kevin. Ebony Marks. Fahad Shamsuddin. King Hay Edgar Hsu. Jiu Hao Chen. Sebastian Valentin. Da Huen Wong. And in modern language, business and management, Spanish, with honours, James Peter Cunningham. Natasha Dell. Thomas Gage. Doug Hatton. Louis James Hawkes. Samuel David Higuano Enriquez. Luca Kemp. Lee Juan Mani. Dominic McMillan. Paloma Estefania Radley Smith. Ikra Aisha Rahman. Cade Thomas Robinson. Henry Rolfe. Maisha Iman Sheikh. Jonathan Paul Simpson. Priya Sood. Matthew Warren. Amy Alice Wilkinson. Naya Angelina Rose Wynn. Miljana Yerkova. Zhou Zhang. And in politics and Arabic, with honours, Margaret Scott. And in politics and Chinese, with honours, Sol Stappard. Alexander Winnie. Alexandra Wojtacek. And in politics and cultures and societies with honours, Montgomery Thomas Graveney. Mark Lever. Leah Morris. Charlotte Richards. And in politics and French with honours, Isaac Burley. Ella Herries. Emmanuel Omoniyi. Isabel Peach. Lily Bell Tobin. And in politics and German, with honours, Juliet Knight. Orlando Stevens. And in politics and Japanese with honours, Zach Raoul Kotecha Abel. And in politics and Spanish with honours, Libby Grace Chetwynd. Niall Stephen Hayes. Arthur Moore. Thomas Morrison Montgomery. Meg Shepherd. Patrick Westcott Dean. Anna Esther Wickens. And in Russian Studies with honours, Ella Palmer-Jones. And in Russian and Spanish with honours, Brendan McAteer. Trinity May Whitehouse. And in Sociology and French with honours, Esther Koudou. And in Sociology and Spanish with honours, Rima Couchman Kozir. Isha Virali Gear. Angelina Mancini. Giardi Joe. And in Spanish and Chinese with honours, Sandy Chibolina. Esme Charlotte Moore Forrester. Eva Louise Pimblett. And in Spanish and Japanese with honours, Francisco Adiz Badar Echea. And in Spanish and Portuguese with honours, Rosie Abbott. Jasmine Allen. Astrid Bird. Jude Horsepool. Anisha Jennifer Nandlal. Mia Robinson. Amy Waterfield. And in Spanish, Portuguese and Latin American Studies with honours, Catherine Hill. Joshua Aidan Loveday.
So, congratulations, everyone. You are one of the lucky few who've received a university education, for there are many across the world and even closer to home who haven't been afforded this transformational opportunity. You carry the hopes and wishes of your fellow citizens, both here in the UK and worldwide. Now is also a time to reflect on what you have achieved and those who have helped you achieve it. I start with those in this place who have taught you, who have guided you, examined you, and passed you. These are the people that have created the environment in which you have thrived, those who have supported the great learning in this place, and those who work invisibly to ensure that you can focus entirely on your studies. They don't just do it for the money, they do it because they believe in you, that they believe you will be the greatest generation this world has ever produced. So please join me in thanking our incredible staff at the University of Manchester who are represented here today. Thank you. Then there are those who have given so much of themselves to get you to this point. Your parents, families, friends and supporters, many of whom are with us here today, and of course many more who are unable to be here to share this special occasion. So students, please stand. Graduates, I should say. Please turn to your supporters, be they family or friends or university staff, and show them your appreciation with as much noise as you can make. So graduates, please stay standing. Please make sure that you have your caps on if you don't already do so. Please make sure your tassels are to the left. And can I now ask all guests to please stand if they're able to do so and join me in congratulating our graduates on this magnificent occasion. On behalf of the University of Manchester, I wish you every success and happiness in your future lives and careers. I now declare the ceremony closed. Thank you.
1 2 1 2. Test test 1 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Test test 1 2.
Okay, well, that's going through then. So
Yep.
what we'll do is.
Testing 1 2. Test test 1 2 1 2.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Nalin Thacker, one of the Vice Presidents of this university, and it's an absolute joy to welcome you all to the University of Manchester and to the magnificent Hogwarts-esque Whitworth Hall. It is, of course, the perfect setting for today's magical occasion. Graduation is the highlight of our university's calendar. Today is the day when we celebrate not just your achievements, but your resilience, your brilliance, your triumph over every 9 a.m. lecture, every group project, and every late-night deadline that stood between you and this moment. Congratulations, you've made it. To the families and friends and loved ones here today and watching the live stream on the web, a very warm welcome to you all and a big thank you. Your support, encouragement, and sometimes just well-timed food deliveries have helped get our graduates to this moment. Your role in their success is deeply felt by all of us, and we are so thrilled and indeed feel privileged to have you celebrating with us. Graduates, this day, of course, belongs to you. Today, you join the ranks of Manchester's proud graduates, a community of change makers, creatives, pioneers, and problem solvers spread right across the globe. Over the past few years, you've learned far more than your degree program promised. You've juggled assignments, part-time jobs, group chats, lab reports, protests, placements. You've grown in confidence, built friendships that will last a lifetime, and probably discovered the mysterious powers of caffeine. But perhaps the most importantly, you've discovered who you are, what you stand for, what excites you, and what you want to change about the world. You are walking proof that future doesn't just happen, it is built by people like you. And as if graduating wasn't enough, you've done it in rather a historic year. This is the 201st year of this great university, the start of our 3rd century. 2 centuries of learning, discovery, and changing the world. And now you are part of that story. This place has produced many Nobel Prize winners, revolutionary scientists, social reformers, even a scientist who can levitate frogs, the only person in history to have who has the honor of having won both the Nobel Prize and the Ig Nobel Prize. But the truth is, it's not just the famous names who make a difference. It's every single purpose who has walked through this hall, through this university with purpose. So yes, we celebrate the big breakthroughs, but we also celebrate the tutors who believed in you, the library staff who found you, that obscure book, the Res Life team who cheered you on, and the cleaner who said hello, reminded you every morning that kindness can be revolutionary. That positive changes don't just happen in laboratories and lectures, but also when we connect, when we listen, and when we act with purpose and generosity. When you chose Manchester, you didn't just choose a world-class university. You chose to be part of something bigger. We are the first university in the UK to make social responsibility one of our core goals. We don't just teach knowledge here, we ask, how can we use the knowledge to serve humanity? Knowledge without compassion and wisdom is just information. Science, learning can be a form of service. Research can be a radical act of hope that can positively transform lives, environment, society. Whether you volunteered, started a campaign, worked in a community, or simply became more thoughtful and aware, you've already begun your journey as responsible global citizens. And we are not just proud of you, we are inspired by you. You are graduating from a university ranked 1st in Europe and 2nd in the world for impact in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And unlike some rankings, this one actually means something. It represents the work of everyone in our community, in our university community. Students, professional services staff, academic staff, our local, regional, national, and international partners. It means you have already helped make the world a better, fairer, more sustainable place. And we know you're just getting started. Of course, this ceremony doesn't mark an ending of your ties to the university. It's a beginning of a new phase of your relationship with the university. From today, you're part of a global family of over 500,000 Manchester graduates in more than 190 countries. Wherever you go, you'll find people who once walked these same corridors, argued over the same issues that matter to you, and fell in love with the same rain-soaked city. And this isn't goodbye. Our career service will support you for 2 more years. Our libraries will remain open to you, and our alumni network will be with you for life. And who knows, one day you might be the one offering guidance or funding a scholarship, or even speaking at this very ceremony, telling the future students how you once sat in their seat, full of nerves and excitement, and went on to change the world in your own way. One last thing. Manchester is not just a name on your degree. It is a part of who you are now, a place that has shaped you, and a place that you've shaped in return. Be proud of what you've achieved, and not just the grade, but the growth you've achieved here. The courage it took to keep going when things got tough, the passion you brought to your work, the empathy you showed to others. That is what matters most. So go forward with confidence, be bold, be kind, be curious, be generous, and above all, be unafraid to dream, not just for yourself, but for the world you want to build. Remember our university's motto: knowledge, wisdom, humanity. Carry it with you, live by it, use it to light up every room you walk into. Congratulations, graduates of 2025. We're so proud of you. The world needs you, and we know you're ready for them. Thank you very much. I now call upon Professor Schmidt to address the ceremony.
Vice President, colleagues, graduates, and your family and friends. As the head of the School of Arts, Languages and Cultures, I'm delighted to congratulate those of you graduating today on your success in obtaining your degrees, and to be able to do so in the wonderful, slightly overheated setting of Whitworth Hall. Today, you embark on the next stage of your journey, but it's a journey that began many years ago, long before you arrived at Manchester. It started when you saw something you'd never seen before, heard something you didn't understand and wanted to find out about, learned something that made you question what you thought you knew. Soon these interests became passions that will influence the subjects you choose to study further and the career you would one day pursue. There may have been forks in the road, almost certainly there will have been, unexpected detours along the way, but they all brought you here today. This ceremony brings together students from a number of different disciplines, but what connects you all is an interest in the study of history. Manchester was one of the first universities in the late 19th century to offer taught degree programs in history. Whilst many of you, most of you probably graduating today, will have spent much of the last year researching and writing your dissertation, what you might not know is that under the great medieval historian T.F. Tout, Manchester in the 1890s pioneered the concept of an undergraduate dissertation, which is now seen as a staple of all humanities and social science programs across the world. That man has a lot to answer for. It is no exaggeration, however, that to say that the understanding of independent research as being one of the hallmarks of a university education in the humanities owes a great deal to Manchester's history department. But whatever aspects of the arts and humanities you've studied, what arguably unites you is an interest in what makes us human, the creation of identity, and what it is to be part of the human race. Graduation is also a moment to celebrate distinguished achievement. Students this year have produced some outstanding work, and I am pleased to announce the following prizes. For the Dean's Award, Jack Bristow, Zoe Carter, Daniel Galloway, George Horbury, Ellen Jarrett, Faye Sayo Johnson, Hyun Gong Kim, and Sophie Sprague Kelly. And for student prizes in the Department of History, congratulations are due to Hyun Gong Kim for the Special Commendation Prize for Performance in History Dissertation, and Daniel Galloway for the Thomas Frederick and Mary Tout Prize for Performance in Exams. Armed with your academic success, your skills, and your breadth of experiences, there's every reason to be optimistic about the future. Your job prospects, having studied here, are enviable because employers all around the world recognize the value of the piece of paper you will soon be holding in your hand. I'm now handing over to the presenter to begin the award presentations. Thank you.
Vice President, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Jake Gandhi. And for the degree of Master of Arts, History, Dominic Richard Wood. And in Heritage Studies, Fallon Herbert. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, History and French with Honours, Rory Baker. Nancy Serena Barlas. Kimberly Shan Parry. Sophie Sprague Kelly. William Walford. And in History and German with Honours, Eloise Korolovich Rose. Nicholas Odysseus Sarianis Voilas. And in History and Italian with Honours, Hannah Berardi. And in History and Russian with Honours, Luke Harry Cahill. Anne Jones. And in History and Sociology with Honours, Zoe Carter. Tyke Daly. Isabel Emily Featherston. Rosie Gibb. Phoebe Hall Jones. Isabel Holmes. Iman Hussain. Amelia Diane Kathleen Ingham Scott. Grace Kennedy. Alice Edith Knight. Erin Knowles. Lily Joan Levers. Sophie Linehan. Carrie Mo Martin. Trinity Mitchinson. May Lauren Stevenson. Lianqi Wang. And in History and Spanish with honours, Joe Anthony Bolger. Ariana Bonazzi. Kike Nathaniel Edward Hindle. Fergus John Holmes. Syra Leonard. Lucy Markham. Georgina Alice Scott. Madeline Wilson. And in History with Professional Experience with honours, Arunveer Chahal. Charles Hyun Gon Kim. And in Modern History with Economics with honours, Ilham Ali. Ozalp Alter. Oscar Coleman. Zachary Dean. Rupert Dell. Matthew Donovan. Jasmine Evans Moody. Mia Rose Eyre Byron. Neve Faulkner. Sam Patrick Fraley. Sam Gobadian. Alex Giles. Matthew Glasnieks. Hans Harby. Jack Albert Elliot Byron Hepworth. Clarice Hittner. Roger Hobby. Cameron Howard. Ishmael Human. Samuel Jackson. Joseph Patrick Joyce. Charles Knapp. Charles Leach. Hannah Loughlin. Hamza Mohazir. Pierre Mezin. Isabella Milne. Daniel Moore. Oliver Mullins. Thomas Ogle. Michael Owusu Boateng. Serena Ponton. Megan Pretzel. Kaspar Rameshny. Harvey John Ralph. Mitzi Grace Robinson. Sebastian Joseph David Rogers. Leo Benjamin Ruby. Isabella Scott. Hannah Sophia Silverstone. Mikkel Ek Skrede. Casey Smith. Ryan Luke Smith. Sohan Thenawara. Samuel Thompson. Callum Nathan Ward. Sulang Wei. Jacob Wright. And in modern history with economics with professional experience with honours, Thomas Bettesworth. Jack Bristow. Scarlett Joyce. Alex James O'Neill. And in politics and modern history with honours, Grace Abrahams. Ewan Anslow Martin. Sam Atwater. Zara Azmat. Erin Ball. Jessica Barnett Lobley. Dana Benedek. Abigail Bowden. Freddie Brinicum. William Brownlee. Riley Cann. Anthony Caudry. Alexandra Chiolan. Sebastian Laurie James Clegg. Ossie Crick. George Davis. Emma Dewhurst. Gabriel Doherty. Lucy English. Natasha Erdmann. Eleanor Isles. Emma Forrest. Daniel Galloway. Gavin Gow. Sienna Gardner. Liam Grady. Willoughby Hardwick. Emily Harry. Ralph Harrison. Edward Simon Howarth. Freya Johanna Phoebe Henry. Eleanor Amy Holmes. George Leo Horbury. Bonnie Christine Hosey. Ellen Victoria Jarrett. Louis James Jowett. Romy Kershaw. Farah Khan. David Lawler. Toby Leake. William Linsell. Amelia Rachel Lowe. Rosie Maguire. Isabel Marshall. Joseph Masters. Liam McCartney. William Meehan. Layla Mills. Georgia Moncaster. William Morley. Jessica Marina Moss. Thomas Moulet. Eva O'Hare. Thomas Oldham. Eleda Sude Ozoy. Lily Parker. Erin Patterson. Josh Plenty. Brandon Powell. Solomon Joseph Drummond Preston. Danny Prince Jones. Matilda Redmond. Caitlin Reed. Benjamin Ross. Bethany Sams. Lingwen Shi. Charlie Smith. Hanifa Juma Smith. Rosie Smith. Jana Albertine Olivia Spratt. Finlay Tate. Martha Emma Thomas Hancock. George Trim. Tara Truelove. Matthew Tunney. Alexandra Walker. Faith Leah Warrender. Louis Wysand. Ariane Weller. Naomi Wellesby. Archie Williams. Oliver Williams. Jonah Willits. James Young. And in politics and modern history with professional experience with honours, Isabella Ruby Gregson. Ethan Jeff Little. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts with Honours, History and Cultures and Society with Honours, Bryn Hughes. And in History of Science, Technology and Medicine with Honours, Faye Johnson. And in History with International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response with Honours, Abigail Perkins. Ella Louise Stoddart. And for the degree of Bachelor... And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Italian and Spanish with honours, Nadia Paroknia. And for the degree of Master of Arts, Arts Management, Policy and Practice, Chancy Fu.
Graduates, yes, you can officially call yourselves that now. Take a deep breath and let this moment sink in. You are no longer students. You are graduates of the University of Manchester. The title is yours for life. It's like a tattoo, but with less regret and no awkward drunken trips to Magaluf. But before we get too carried away, and I let you go and take 100 photos in your cap and gown, let's pause to acknowledge the people who've helped you get here today. The ones who believed in you, encouraged you, fed you, supported you. I'm of course talking about your parents, carers, siblings, friends, partners, mentors. So graduates, if you are able to, please stand. Turn to your supporters, wherever they are in the hall, across the world watching on the live stream, or in your heart if they couldn't be here today. And show them your appreciation with the kind of thunderous, joyous, full-bodied applause that says, I made it and I couldn't have done it without you. remain standing, because while we're on the topic of heroes, let's not forget those who've been part of your Manchester journey, quietly shaping your experience in ways you may only fully realize years from now. The academic staff who challenged and championed you, even when they spoke in riddles or gave you a reading list longer than War and Peace. The administrators who helped you navigate the mysterious forest of forms, portals, policies, and who probably deserve an honorary degree in patience. The porters, caterers, security staff, librarians, cleaners, IT magicians, and behind-the-scene wizards who keep this great ship afloat. They kept the lights on, literally and metaphorically, and made this place where you could not just learn, but grow. So once more, please join me in thanking the amazing academic and professional staff of the university. And you know the routine, make noise. You can relax now. You've done your bit. So before we close the ceremony, we have one more tradition. It's a small gesture, but a powerful one. So guests, staff, if you are able to, please stand. We're going to celebrate this extraordinary cohort of graduates. They lived through a pandemic, digital lectures, deadline marathons, and probably at least one incident involving a flatmate and a fire alarm. And they still rose, adapted, persevered, and emerged stronger. So let's give them the final round of applause, loud enough for all of Manchester to hear. Please be seated. Please be seated. They were better than you. Graduates, here's the truth. Your degree is not just a certificate, it's a compass. It doesn't tell you where to go, but it shows you how to find your way. Life from here on won't come with a reading list or a marking scheme, but it'll offer you adventure, meaning, and chance to do some good. So dream boldly. If you do fail in anything, fail gracefully, learn from it, laugh often, and if you ever feel lost, remember Manchester will always be a part of you. You belong to this community of thinkers, change makers, and, as I mentioned before, over-caffeinated overachievers that spans the globe. Go and make a difference in your life and in the lives of others. And remember, the world doesn't just need smart people, it needs kind and wise ones too. We are really proud of you. Congratulations, safe travel, everyone, and may your celebrations be joyful and memorable, and only moderately embarrassing on social media. I now declare this ceremony closed. Please stand.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. It is my privilege as Chancellor of the University of Manchester to welcome you here to the splendid surroundings of the Whitworth Hall for this, your graduation ceremony. Bit of history. Just over 100 years ago, Albert Einstein gave his first UK lecture from this stage. Alan Turing, the founder of the modern computer, has been on this stage. Christabel Pankhurst, the founder of the suffragette movement, has been on this stage. So you follow in the footsteps of greatness. I'd like to welcome you, our graduates, and congratulate you on all your hard work and magnificent achievements during your time with us. The skills, knowledge, and experience that you've built up here is a strong platform, not only for your career and to achieve your goals, but also to succeed in the face of any obstacles that you may face in the future. We're delighted to see so many friends, family members, and supporters here. We thank you for the care and the encouragement that you've given to our graduates during their studies, which has been so important to their success. The whole university joins you in feeling extremely proud of what they have achieved. Now, our history is one of education, innovation, global connections, and change, of making a difference. From our 26 Nobel laureates, renowned researchers, and passionate lecturers, tutors, and teaching staff, to our librarians, caterers, cleaners, well-being teams, res life officers, student union representatives, and many more who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support the running of this, your great institution. It's our people that make us who we are, and it's likely that is one of the main reasons why you came to Manchester in the first place. As the United Kingdom's first industrial city, Manchester continues to lead the way, whether through its advocacy for equality and environmental responsibility, its innate creativity, or the warmth and humour of its people. Our students are a huge part of this. Once you have lived in Manchester, you are an honorary Mancunian for life. But when you decided to study at the University of Manchester, you chose to make your mark on the future, both for yourselves and for the greater good of society and the environment. Allow yourself to be inspired by the university's motto, Cognitio Sapientia Humanitas, knowledge, wisdom, humanity. And during your studies, you have all, in your own way, enriched and contributed to the university as it exists today, more than 200 years from our foundation. You have helped shape the future for those who will follow in your footsteps. We were the first university in the United Kingdom to set social responsibility as a core goal. And in the most recent league tables, we are #1 in Europe and #2 in the world. We encourage all of our students to consider their place in the world and to consider how they can stand out and make a difference. And throughout the course of your studies and life here, you will have gained the skills and knowledge to be the responsible leaders of tomorrow. We will be proudly watching. You also have the opportunity to let us know how you're getting on. So 15 months' time, the Higher Education Statistics Agency, or HESA, will invite you to complete the Graduate Outcome Survey. Now, it's an optional process, but we really appreciate any graduate who takes part because it allows us to know where you are, what you're doing, and also what we can learn from your experience for future cohorts. And of course, we must not forget the very strong, supportive friendships and relationships that you have forged here, which I hope will sustain you for many years to come. Our support for you continues way beyond today's celebrations. Our career service is there for the next 2 years to provide you with help and guidance, and of course our world-class libraries remain open whenever you need them. Help us stay in touch by sharing your contact information to us. You'll find the details, by the way, in the graduate brochures that you're currently waving in front of your faces. Today is a hugely important milestone, and you should celebrate. There's that word, celebrate. You don't need my permission, but I'm going to give it you anyway. Stomping, cheering, clapping, anything within reason is welcome, expected actually, not just expected. Now, you now belong, ladies and gentlemen, to an alumni community, or will do, of more than 550,000 graduates living and working in more than 190 countries, all of them sharing their roots with you here in Manchester. Join an alumni group, contribute learn from other graduates, and share your advice with them. And during your time here, you will have all benefited from donations to our university in some respect, whether it was a scholarship or a donor-funded program, or it may have simply been spent time enjoying our campus spaces. While you may not think of yourself as a philanthropist, we all have the power to give something back, and we hope that you will consider that someday. And as you look forward to where your journey takes you next, know that you are vital to our future. As Manchester graduates, you are now part of our family, and our doors will always remain open for you. I'm now very pleased to introduce to you our commencement speaker, Professor Thomas Schmidt.
Chancellor, colleagues, graduates, families and friends, I'm delighted, as the head of the School of Arts, Languages and Cultures, to congratulate those of you graduating today on your success in obtaining your degrees, and to be able to do so in the wonderful, if slightly warm, setting of Whitworth Hall. It'll get worse. You're the lucky ones. Today, you embark on the next stage of your journey, but it's a journey that began many years ago, long before you arrived at Manchester. It started when you saw something you'd never seen before, heard something that you didn't understand and wanted to find out more about, learned something that made you question what you thought you knew. Soon these interests became passions that would influence you, the subjects you choose to study further, and the career you would one day pursue. There will have been many forks in the road, unexpected detours along the way, but they all brought you here today. This ceremony brings together students from several disciplines within the school, but I want to take the opportunity to point out at least a few highlights from each one. All our degrees embrace the rich intellectual benefits of interdisciplinary study, and as the students graduating today from the Humanitarian and Conflict Response Institute demonstrates, our interdisciplinary work reaches well beyond the arts and humanities. The Institute collaborates with Save the Children, Médecins Sans Frontières, and others through research and joint programs, such as the MSc in Global Health. At HCRI, we see many of our graduates trying to make a difference to the world, and many of you joined us with just that ambition. The Institute is incredibly proud of what you have done so far, and curious to find out what you will do next. Religion and theology is home to students of many faiths and none. This year, another year torn by conflict in the Middle East and elsewhere, has proven once more the need for graduates such as ours who are religiously literate. They're able to engage with religious belief, the most powerful of social forces, in an informed and effective manner. The importance of this aspect of our social responsibility is recognized, for example, by the BBC, with whom we continue to work in developing a powerful online education resource called Going Beyond Belief, which addresses many contemporary religious issues in our fractured world, including the intersection of faith with race, gender, and politics. Classics, ancient history, and archaeology have a long tradition here, with a department going from strength to strength, not least through leading the UK in the most recent Research Excellence Framework exercise. The Egyptology MA is a pioneer in distance learning delivery, which is almost certain to become a bigger part of our lives and our education in general. Whatever aspects of the arts and humanities you have studied, what arguably unites you is an interest in what makes us human, the creation of identity, and what it is to be part of humanity. Graduation is also a moment to celebrate distinguished achievement. Students this year have produced some outstanding work, and I'm pleased to announce the following prizes. For the Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Dorothy Brock. For the Dean's Award, Hidayah Afzal, Ella Clifford Spence, Harry Costa, Ben Gresty, Annalie Josti, Sihoy Lam, Thomas Newman, Emily Parker, Sandra Popescu, Kira Shiraz, Fionn Springett, Laura Wilkinson, Bradley Williams, and Maisie Wood. And for student prizes in the Department of Religion and Theology, congratulations are due to Archana Lingaraja for the Brandon Memorial Prize for Best Work in Comparative Religion, Dorothy Brock for the Undergraduate Dissertation Prize for Religious Studies, Katya Musalati for the Dasto Kutar Prize for Best Undergraduate Dissertation in Non-Western Religious Study, and Natalie Newell and Annabel Egbert for the Religion and Social Responsibility Dissertation Prize. For student prizes in the Department of Classics, Ancient History and Archaeology, congratulations are due to Laura Wilkinson, awarded first prize for the Classical and A.H. Kidd Prize for outstanding performance. Thomas Newman, awarded second prize for the same Classical and A.H. Kidd Prize for outstanding performance. Elizabeth Roberts, awarded first prize for the David Coombs Prize for the best overall mark. Ray Plummer and Richie Sheeran, both awarded second prize for the David Coombs Prize for the best overall mark. Elizabeth Roberts for the Robina McNeil Prize for highest dissertation mark. Zoe Baranowski, Julia Johannes Al-Arif, and Caitlin McHugh for the Robina McNeil Prize for the second highest dissertation mark. Fionn Springett for the DPL Webster Prize for outstanding performance. Esme Pierce for the Conway Memorial Prize for the best essay or dissertation on Virgil. And also for student prizes in the Humanitarian and Conflict Response Institute, congratulations are due for Maisie Wood, Selim Yedirli, and Bradley Williams for the Outstanding Student Citizen Prize, Maisie Wood and Bradley Williams for the HCRI Prize for Academic Excellence, and Elspeth Horn and Eva Solati, Isabel Selby and Sandra Popescu for Best HCRI Research Paper. And while I catch my breath, why don't you give a hand of applause to those Armed with your academic success, your skills, and your breadth of experience, there is every reason to be optimistic about the future. Your job prospects, having studied here, are enviable because employers all around the world recognize the value of the piece of paper you will soon be holding in your hand. I will now hand over to the presenters to begin the award presentations. Thank you very much.
Chancellor, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Roxana Gregor-Son. And for the degree of Master of Arts, Classics and Ancient History, Tamsin Christie. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Ancient History with Honours, Najma Ahmed. Ella Anjali Boys. Gabriel Finn Burns. Paul de Lusignan. David Delaney Gibson. Arthur Edmonds. Caroline Emerua Fuentes. Thomas Freeman Walters. Ella Green. Ben Gresty. Alexander Head. Chloe Hintz. Charlotte Lang. Rory Mills. Milo Murphy. Jack P.S. Finn Springett. Amy Turner. Amy Louise Worrell. And in Ancient History and Archaeology, with honours, William Benton. Kirsty Chesters. Zoe Croft. Eleanor Gaines. Kate Charlotte MacDonald. Rachel Parry. Victoria Stefanova. Ella Town. Willa Patsy Wise. And in Ancient History and History, with honours, Will Brown. Ella Cook. Hector Crowhurst. Keir Dinsdale. Shay Flynn. Felix Alexander Franklin. Lucy Imogen Miller. Ashton Mundy. Nadia Parveen. Edward Shelley. Athena Thomas. And in Ancient History with Egyptology with honours, Joshua James Fawcett. And in Ancient History with Professional Experience with honours, Tom Lewes Faulkner. And in archaeology, with honours, Zoe Baranovsky. Campbell William Blanchard. Rania Hassan. Ray Plummer. And in archaeology and anthropology, with honours, Rezia Bessere. Caitlin Rose McHugh. Elizabeth Roberts. Sienna Blue Sky Rin Coleman. Phoenix Watkis. And in archaeology and history with honours, Holly Barlow. Cara Brown. Julia Adania Binti Yohannis Al-Arif. And in classical studies with honours, Madina Akbari. William Brightmore. Amelia Durra. Robert Dixon. Dylan Kaplan. Ayla Marian Korkmazel. Isabella McMahon. Lara Richardson. Lara Richardson. Antonia Sampson. Emma Louise Swindles. Madeline Amelie Rose Tiernan. Abby Whiting. And in classics with honours, Lily Ann Holman Davis. Esme Pierce. Lucy Russell. Zach Thomas. Eva Wang. Laura Wilkinson. and in Latin and English literature with honours, Mia Adeboye. Thomas Newman. And in Latin and French with honours, Nathalie Mabane. And in Latin and Spanish with honours, James Anthony Leonard Fahy. And for the award of undergraduate diploma, Egyptology, Matthew Delaney. And for the award of certificate in Egyptology, Jean-Charles Decker. Mohammed Tamer Fahmi. Timothy Andre Garnes. Faith Catherine Kennedy. Emily Littler. Lorraine Lombardi. Denise Lolita Mars. Astrid Maluchnik. Natalie Floyd Mercer. Shona Napier. Justina Katarina Sigulska. Alfredo Vieco Bueno.
Chancellor, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Enoch Adekoya. Alistair Michael Lowe. Adam Robert North. And for the degree of Master of Arts, Religion and Theology, Ophelia Drage. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Philosophy and Religion with honours, Isabel Austin. Patrick Luke Benedict Father. Marianne Garcia Cox. Myla Hart. Mariel Havard Griffiths. Melanie Hewitt. Catherine Millie Holden. Hannah Oliver. Amy Robinson. Hester Beatrice Stearns. Abigail Thomas. Eve Tunnicliffe. And in Religions and Theology with Jewish and Israel Studies with honours, Samuel Bartlett. And in Religions, Theology and Ethics with honours, Neve Baker. Sylvia Billington. Harry Costa. Danielle Jessica Hardy. Charlotte Holmes. Max Mitchinson. Kira Sharaz. Zoe Summerskill. And in Theological Studies in Philosophy and Ethics with honours, also graduating with an Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Dorothy Brock. Clementine Cummins. Annabelle Egberts. Achana Lingaraja. Natalie Newell.
Chancellor, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Master of Arts, Humanitarianism and Conflict Response, Sarah Fleetwood. Marielle Dick. Tianhang Zhou. And for the degree of Master of Science, Global Health, Amanda Bridget Baumgartner Henley. Yulia Greff. Kelsey Meaden. And in humanitarian practice, Ola Ahmed Khalaf Barakat. and in International Disaster Management, PZU. And for the award of Postgraduate Certificate, Humanitarian Practice, Ahmed Tula. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Comparative Religion and Social Anthropology with honors, Sarah Blunk. Isabella Booth. Patrick Nuttall. Jem Sherwood. Adora Sly. And in English Literature and Spanish with honors, Annalie Josty. And for the degree of Bachelor of Science, Global Health with honors, Hidayah Afzal. Sade Esteki. Emily Parker. Bradley Williams. And in International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response with honors, Khalifa Hamad Khalfan Al-Mari. Radia Ali. Tasmin Allen. Tilly Kavanaugh. Thomas Edmiston. Hope French. Sabrina Olivia Haslam. Poppy Higton. Orla Houlihan. Matthew Horwood. Selim Iadirli. Aaron Jack. Samuel Kabangu. Nia Rose Martin. Jessica Millichamp. Ben Oscar Moore. Aoife Bridget O'Neill. Abby Reed. Millie Peach Robinson. Enrique Rodriguez Martin. Isabella Selby. Abigail Molly Stitson. Hanneke Veldhoven. Poppy Wittes. And in International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response and Arabic with honors, Esme Freeman. And in International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response and French with honors, Anna Morn. Eliza Pichardo. And in International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response and Spanish with honors, Emma Cornish. Rachel Ellen Critchley. Holly Pinks. Eva Loretta Salati. Amber Wright. And in International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response with Arabic with Professional Experience with honors, Elspeth Rose Pearsall Horn. And in International Disaster Management and Humanitarian Response with Professional Experience with honors, Jude Owen de Podesta. Maisie Alex Coco Wood. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Archaeology with honors, Richie Sheeran. And in History and Sociology with honors, Janice Owusu. And in Diploma in Egyptology, Damien Shane Walsh.
bet you think you're hot. You know, my daughter said to me, Dad, I know you say you're a humble man, but you wear a cloak lined with gold and you sit on a throne in the middle of the stage. And I tried to explain to her it's symbolism, rituals, and tradition. There have been chancellors before me in our 200-year history, and there hopefully be chancellors way beyond me as well. Just as there was symbolism at the beginning of the ceremony, you were all graduands. You came onto the stage and you left graduates of the University of Manchester. You are now one of the lucky few who have received university education, for there are many people across the world and many closer to home who have not had this transformational opportunity. You carry the hopes and wishes of your fellow citizens, both here in the UK and worldwide. Let me tell you, success is not the result of spontaneous combustion. You have to set yourself on fire. Nobody can make you feel inferior without your consent. And if you don't define yourself, then somebody else will do it for you. So when my son said, well, I told my son that racists hate me for no reason, he said, Dad, give them a reason. Now is the time to reflect on what you have achieved and those who helped you achieve it. I'll start with those in this place, who've taught you, guided you, examined you, and passed you. Then the people who clean up after you, those who support the great learning in this place, and those who work invisibly to ensure that you could focus entirely on your studies. They don't do it for the money, I promise you that. They do it because they believe in you. They believe that you will be the greatest generation that this world has ever produced. So please join me in thanking the incredible staff of the University of Manchester. Then there are those who've given so much of themselves to get you to this point. They survived your teenage tantrums. Your parents, your families, your friends and supporters, many have honored us by being here today, and of course many, many more who are unable to be here to share this special occasion with you. Now, very often when I want to be able to speak to my children, I have to switch off the house Wi-Fi. And when one of them started speaking recently, I didn't recognize who he was. Let me tell you, these people, in their wallets and purses, they have photographs of you where their money used to be. Graduates, would you please stand if you're able? Would you please turn towards your supporters, families, and friends? Would you show your appreciation with as much noise as you possibly can? Standing. Please remain standing. I think you need another lesson. That was about 5 out of 10. What do you reckon? Yeah? Guests, if you are able to, would you please stand? Would you now please join me in congratulating your graduates with as much noise as you can possibly make? Please remain standing. There's one more lesson you had to learn from this university. They do it better. Please stay standing as I leave you with these words. Now, some days you'll be the statue. On other days, you'll be the pigeon. Stand up for what is right. Fight only for moral reasons. Sacrifice and care for your families and your neighbors. Look after those weaker than you, especially those seeking refuge from suffering. Build great things. Make massive technological advances. Explore the universe. Cure diseases. Enrich our culture. Be the world's greatest artists and scientists. Reach only for the stars. Aspire to and never ever belittle intelligence. Look for the truth. You will then find the truth, or one of those truths is that the only ceiling to what you can achieve is that which you create in your own heads. Remember this place, these people, and this time. I wish you every success and happiness in your future careers as I now declare your ceremony closed. Please be seated. You look beautiful, by the way. It is my pleasure, as Chancellor of the University of Manchester, to welcome you here to the splendid surroundings of the Whitworth Hall for this, your graduation ceremony. Just a bit of a history lesson. Just over 100 years ago, Albert Einstein gave his very first UK lecture from this platform. Alan Turing, the founder of the modern computer, has also been on this platform. Christabel Pankhurst, the founder of the suffragette movement, has also been on this platform. So you follow in the footsteps of greatness. I'd like to welcome you, our graduates, and congratulate you on all of your hard work and magnificent achievements during your time with us. The skills, knowledge, and expertise you've now developed will give you a strong platform to not only build your career and achieve your goals, but also to succeed in the face of any obstacles that you may face in the future. We're delighted to see so many friends, family members, and supporters here. We thank you for the care and the encouragement that you've given to our graduates, which has been so important to their success. The whole university joins you in feeling extremely proud of what they have achieved. Now, our history is one of education, innovation, global connections, and change, of making a difference. From our 26 Nobel laureates, renowned researchers and passionate lecturers, tutors and teaching staff, to our librarians, caterers, cleaners, well-being teams, res life officers, students' union representatives, and many, many more who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support the running of this, your great institution. It's our people that make us who we are, and it's likely that this was one of the main reasons why you chose Manchester in the first place. As the United Kingdom's first industrial city, Manchester continues to lead the way today, whether through its advocacy for equality and environmental responsibility, its innate creativity, or the warmth and humour of its people. Our students are a huge part of this. And once you've lived in Manchester, you are an honorary Mancunian for life. And when you decided to study at the University of Manchester, you chose to make your mark on the future, both for yourselves and for the greater good of society and the environment. Allow yourself to be inspired by the university's motto, Cognitio Sapienta Humanitas, knowledge, wisdom, humanity. And during your studies, you have all, in your own way, enriched and contributed to the university as it is today, more than 200 years from our foundation. You have helped shape the future for those who will follow in your footsteps. We were the first university in the United Kingdom to set social responsibility as a core goal. And in the most recent league tables, we are #1 in Europe and #2 in the world. We encourage all of our students to consider their place in the world and how they can stand out and make a difference. And throughout the course of your studies and life here at Manchester, the skills and knowledge that you've been utilizing have made you the responsible leaders of tomorrow. We will be proudly watching. You will also have the opportunity to let us know what you're doing when 15 months on, the Higher Education Statistics Agency, HESA, will invite you to complete the Graduate Outcomes Survey. Now, this is an optional process, but we really appreciate any graduate who takes part because it allows us to hear what you're up to and for us to learn so that we can improve the service to future cohorts. Of course, we must not forget the strong, supportive friendships and relationships that you have forged here, which I hope will sustain you in the future. Our support for you continues way beyond today's celebrations. Our career service is there to provide you with help and guidance for the next 2 years, and our world-class libraries remain available to you. Help us stay in touch by sharing your contact information. You'll find the details in your graduate brochure. Some of you are waving there right now in front of your faces. Today is a hugely important milestone, and you should celebrate. There's that word, celebrate. Now, you have my permission, not that you need it, to stomp, to cheer, to applaud, to do anything within reason, to demonstrate how pleased you are, not just with your own performance, but with others that you know and even you don't know. This is the beginning, not the beginning of the end, this is the start of the rest of your association with Manchester. You now belong to an alumni community of, wait for it, more than 550,000 graduates, living and working in 190 plus countries. All of them, like you, sharing their roots here in Manchester. So join an alumni group, connect with other Manchester graduates, share and learn. And during your time here, you've also benefited from donations to our university in some respect. It may have been a scholarship, it may have been a donor-funded program, or it may simply have been spent time enjoying our campus spaces. And while you may not think of yourself as a philanthropist, everybody can give something back. And we hope that someday you will consider that for yourself one day. And as you look forward to where your journey now takes you, know that you are vital to our future. Know that you are now part of our family, and our doors will always remain open for you. I'm now very pleased to introduce our commencement speaker. Now, Lexi Baines is the Union Affairs Officer for the Students' Union. Lexi graduated from the university in July 2024, having studied English Literature and History Joint Honours. She is now in her second term as the primary student representative for the Students' Union at both the Union and the university. She's the chair of the Union's trustee board, ex officio member of the university's board of governors, representing students' interests at the highest level across institutions. In her role, she's responsible for directing the Students' Union's governance, democratic and engagement work, and works with the elected executive officer team to ensure that 48,000 students get the most out of their time here at the university. Lexi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chancellor. Welcome, everyone. You're all looking very fancy and formal, but I must say this puffy hat is my favourite thing ever. 1 year ago, I was sat where you're sitting, and I felt all the same emotions you're feeling. Excitement, apprehension, nerves. To be honest, I think my biggest fear was that I walk up those stairs and trip over. And if that does happen to you, don't worry. There's a glass of Prosecco or a cupcake, or both if you're lucky, waiting in the tent for you afterwards. And also, on that note, take your time walking up those 6 steps and pause here, otherwise you'll get a slightly blurry photo from those cameras over there, and I wish someone had told me that. Your graduation is a culmination of your time here at the University of Manchester. This graduation is an academic milestone, representing all of your hard work, long nights in the library, and the number of iced coffees bought on campus over the past 3 years or more. I'm sure that many of you have already reflected on the various challenges and successes you've experienced here. The seminars and work placements which have been unusually quiet, the grades you've received, the course mates you've met. You've spent the past 3 or more years working towards a degree, and you've achieved it. More than that, you've earned it. It's a special moment, but graduation represents so much more than just your academic journey. It also accumulates to other journeys you've undertaken here at the university and in Manchester. The last 3 years or more have helped to shape you into the person sat here in this hall today. Whether you've thrown yourself into society, moved city or country to be here, balanced a job alongside a degree, completed a semester or year abroad, spent too much time on the bus, or felt like you are the first person to do something, the person you are dressed in your undergraduate or postgraduate robes is different to the one who applied to university or UCAS. Your personal achievements are just as important, if not more, than your academic achievements. I know a few people in the room today, and with that said, I also know a few things about their time in Manchester which won't make their LinkedIn post. I've seen them develop into the person they are. And it's so inspiring to think I'll also be with them as they develop in the future, whether their futures are in careers related to their degree or, as I know is often the case, completely paradoxical. I know that their futures are so bright. In this room, regardless of what your degree is by title, I know that by choice you have everyone from the future of our incredible NHS workforce to linguists, journalists, civil servants, marketers and researchers. In particular, 2 of the people in the hall today are my best friends and former housemates, Izzy and Sophie. Admittedly, it did feel like at times I wasn't working a 9-to-5 job, but also completing a degree in linguistics and French with them. They've overcome different challenges, hurdles and hangovers to get to this point, but they've done it with pretty much every single decent quality a human can possess, while also singing Brat a cappella in the kitchen, and I'm so proud of them both. In just over an hour's time, not a year, you'll no longer be a graduand, but a graduate of the University of Manchester. Some of you may be pursuing education here or elsewhere, but for many, the abrupt shift between being a student to being a graduate is filled with emotion. It can feel anything from exciting to daunting to a relief. So, before I leave you to celebrate with the different people who've shaped you both as a person and as a student, whether that be family, friends, carers, academics, or even the people who've been silently cheering you on from the sidelines, I want to say a huge well done. From one student to another, to be sat here today is amazing. And I mean, the amount of brain power in this room is also amazing. As you graduate, it might seem like one door is closing, but another one is opening, and the future is ahead of you. Thank you.
Chancellor, colleagues, graduands, and your families and friends, I'm delighted to congratulate those of you graduating today on your success in obtaining your degrees, and to be able to do so in the wonderful setting of the Whitworth Hall. Today, you embark on the next stage of your journey, but it's a journey that began many years ago, long before you arrived at Manchester. It started when you saw something you'd never seen before, heard something you didn't understand and wanted to hear more about, learnt something that made you question what you thought you knew. Soon, these interests became passions that would influence the subjects you choose to study further and will go on to influence the career you're going to pursue. There may have been forks in that road, unexpected detours along the way, but they all brought you here. This ceremony brings together graduates from several different disciplines within the school, but I wanted to take the opportunity to point out at least a few highlights from within that range. Manchester was one of the first universities in the late 19th century to offer degree programs in history. Whilst most of you graduating today will have spent much of the last year researching and writing your dissertations, did you know that it was under that great medieval historian, T.F. Tout, at Manchester in the 1890s that pioneered the entire concept of the undergraduate dissertation, which is now the staple of humanities and social science programs across the world? That guy has a lot to answer for. It's no exaggeration to say that the understanding of independent research as being one of the hallmarks of university education in the humanities owes a great deal to Manchester's history department. Manchester was also a pioneer in establishing the scientific study of language, with the establishment of the Smith Chair in English Language in the late 19th century and the Montfolic Chair in Comparative Philology in the mid-20th century. And we've since gone on to be at the forefront of the scientific study of English and comparative linguistics in the UK and internationally. Whatever aspect of the arts and humanities you have studied, what arguably unites all of you, all of us, is what makes us human. The creation of identity and what it is to be part of this thing called humanity. Graduation is also a nice moment to celebrate distinguished achievement. And students this year have produced some outstanding work, and I'm pleased to now announce the following prizes. For the Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, this goes to Nicholas Hopper and Montgomery Woodhouse. For the Dean's Award, we have the following: Kijalis Aldridge Moore, Eloise Brennan, Jackie Chen, Alexandra Harris, Ti-Shun Lin, Francesca McGrath, Cassandra Papp, Joe Parkin, Harley Pine, Sophie Pitchford, Elizabeth Wilson, Lucy Wilson. For student prizes in the Department of History, congratulations go to James Cleal for the Chelner Prize for Performance in a History Dissertation, Alexandra Harris for the Special Commendation Prize, achieving the first prize for Performance in a History Dissertation, Harley Pine for Special Commendation Prize, achieving the second prize for Performance in a History Dissertation, Joe Parkin for the Thomas Brown Memorial Prize for Performance in Exams, and Francesca McGrath for the Warren Kinsey History Prize for Best Thesis on a Historical Subject. And for student prizes in the Department of Linguistics and English Language, congratulations are due to Montgomery Woodhouse for the Montfolic Prize for the highest average mark, Jackie Chen, Dylan Oakes for the G.L. Brooke Prize for outstanding achievement in English language and or literature. Now, armed with your academic success, your skills, and your breadth of experiences, there is every reason to be positive about your future. Your job prospects, having studied here, are enviable because employers all around the world recognize the value of the piece of paper you will soon be holding in your hands. I will now hand over to the presenters to begin the award presentations. Thank you.
Chancellor, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Bachelor of Arts in History with Honours, Iman Akhtar. Max Aris. Isabel Arkell. Liana Eden Marie Atwood Philippe. Maha Nadeem Awan. William Barnett. Elizabeth Belcher. Olivia Bell. Ola Bennett. Jack Bentham. William Bishop. Morgan Brain. Alfred Buick. Harry Campbell. Lucy Jane Chambers. Po Yan Chan. Grace Charlton. Jenny Chen. Ellie Clark. Lara Clayson. James George Cleal. Kieran Patrick Clues Murray. Lauren Cliff. Ryan Cook. Zebedee Datta. Imi Doherty. Elizabeth Elliott. Jack Ellison. Zach Evans. Cleo Emma Everett. Aurora Rain Fares Valero. Thomas Ferguson. Finlay Fitzpatrick. Jasmine Folds. Daniela Celeste Fuentes. Eugenia Gamper. Daniel Alexander Garcia Kenny. Sam Morris Gelner. Jack Gresty. Amy Lee Holsall. Megan Handy. Holly Hardiman. Alexandra Harris. Samuel Hill. Thomas James Hill. Ethan Hine. Harry Joe Hudson. James Hunter. Hannah Hussein. Liza Amer Irshad. Saiba Jabal. Aman Jackson. Amy Georgina Kempster. Thomas Kerr. Mila Zofia Konverska. Tom Lawrence. Alexander Lloyd. Anton Lodder. Lily Longhurst. Francesca Neve McGrath. David Maitland-Jones. Evie Manning. Joshua J. Marland. Ella McClenahan. Elspeth McIntyre. Caitlin Meir. Poppy Merrifield. Ellie Moffat. Melinda Nagas. Demi Lee Northover. Magdalena Natalia Novosielska. Sami Omar. Dani Palhares. Jacob Parker. Joe Parkin. Finlay Patel. Dylan Patient. Mia Perez. Harley Pine. Amara Kispia Salinas. Jamira Rahman. Sophie Ribeiro. Molly Rees. Oscar Rice. Benedict Robinson. Matilda Savin. Alec Savers. Abby Smith. Kira Speakman. Kai Steele. Milo Summers. Charlotte Tether. Kiara Thompson. Madeline Tinker. Isabel Top. Harper Towns. George Tyler. Aria Uzoka. Tommy Ward. Oliver Warwick. Roshni Weatherly. Reese Whitley. Seven Whittingham. Molly Wilkes. Alina Wiley. Charles Williams. Lucy Wilson. Natalie Winwood. And in History with Arabic with honours, Amal Mohammed.
Chancellor, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Master of Arts, Linguistics, Anastasia Perekodiuk. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, English Language with honors, Hajra Akbar. Erfan Aleme. Heather Bowling. Maisie Cook. Cypress Maria Gale. Chloe Hoy. Anjali Hundal. Eve Jones. Dylan Oakes. Poppy Smith. Jody Taylor. Freya Sally Wendon Colcom. Libby Winkenden. And in English Language and English Literature with honors, Fazia Ali. Eleanor Violet May Guffug. Candy Shu. Clement Ma. Abdullah Namdar Malik. Kriti Mehrota. Shreya Mishra. Jasminder Filora. Louisa Porter. Charlotte Pridding. Carmen Diana Raufian. And in Linguistics with honors, Emily Barnfather. Donald Beeswos Graham. Elizabeth Ferguson. Alexandra Finn. Josephine Isabel Gable McAvoy. Alexander Bay Hamilton Lane. Freya Louise Keppel Compton. Sisun Lin. Anthony McCormick. Eleonora Migliari. Nathan Paiva. Cassandra Janelle Papp. Mariam Shazad. Claudia Stanistreet. Joshua Sweeney. Trinity Waldron. Elizabeth Wilson. Also graduating with an Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Yanran Xiong. And in Linguistics and Chinese with honors, Rosa Davies. And in Linguistics and Cultures and Societies with honors, Bingyang Xie. And in Linguistics and French with honors, Eloise Brennan. Isabel Catherine Croft. Sophie Pitchford. Catherine Towlerton. And in Linguistics and Japanese with honors, Emma Faith Stenzel. And in Linguistics and Russian with honors, Linda Kovasi. And in Linguistics and Social Anthropology with honors, Mira Azmi Afifi. Maya Gage. Louis Trafford Holliday. Venetia Lawrence. Ron Pontanar. Isaac Moston Wolf Sinclair. And in Linguistics and Sociology with honors, Mia Delaney. Benedict White. Nancy Whitehouse. Yaning Xu. And in Linguistics and Spanish with honors, Kijales Aldridge Moore. Alice Bull. Amina Hafesji. Blaise Hinshelwood. Also graduating with an Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Nicholas Quincy Hopper. Alicia Quigley. And in Linguistics with French with honors, Robin Collins. And in Linguistics with Spanish with honors, Alicia Maria Delfino Rice. Oliver Hunt. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts Linguistics with honors, Shutaro Foster Wakanuki Aono. And in History with honors, Benjamin Cullen. And in the degree of Master of Arts Linguistics, Nicole Bailey.
And you think you're hot. Can I say, my daughter said to me, Dad, I know you say you're a humble man, but you wear a gold-lined cloak and sit on a throne in the middle of the stage. And I explained to her that it's rituals, tradition, symbolism. There have been chancellors before me, and hopefully there'll be chancellors after me. In the same way that when we started this ceremony, you were all graduands. You came onto the stage, you then engaged, and then you left this stage, graduates of the University of Manchester. You are now one of the lucky few who have received a university education. For there are many people across the world and even closer to home who are not afforded this transformational opportunity. You carry the hopes and wishes of all of your fellow citizens across the UK and worldwide. Let me tell you, success is not the result of spontaneous combustion. You have to set yourself on fire. Nobody can make you feel inferior without your consent. And if you don't define yourself, then somebody else will do it for you. So when I told my son that racists hate me for no reason, he said, Dad, give them a reason. Now is a time to reflect not just on what you've achieved, but those who helped you achieve it. I start with those in this place who have taught you, guided you, examined you, and passed you. Then the people who clean up after you, those who support the great learning in this institution, and those who work invisibly to ensure that you could focus entirely on your studies. They don't do it for the money. They do it because they believe in you. They believe that you will be the greatest generation this world has ever produced. So please join me in thanking the staff of the University of Manchester. There are 13,000 of them, by the way. And then there are those who have given so much of themselves to get you to this point. They survived your teenage tantrums. Your parents, your families, your friends and supporters many of whom have honored us by being here today, and of course the many, many more who were unable to be here to share this special occasion with you. Often when I needed to speak to my children, I had to switch off the house Wi-Fi. And when one of them started talking recently, I didn't recognize who he was. That's what we're up against. Let me tell you about these people on the left, my left. In their wallets and in their purses, they have photographs of you where their money used to be. Graduates, would you please stand? Would you please turn towards your family and friends? Would you show your appreciation with as much noise as you possibly can? Please stay standing. I don't know about you, that's about 6 out of 10. What do you reckon? I think there's one more lesson you need to learn, and that's the lesson of experience. Guests, if you're able to, would you please stand? Would you please turn towards your left, or in front of you? And would you please show your appreciation by congratulating your graduates with as much noise as you possibly can? Now, please remain standing, if you will. They dialed it up to 11, didn't they? So one more lesson, learn from them. Please stay standing as I leave you with these words. Now, some days you will be the statue. On other days, you'll be the pigeon. Stand up for what is right. Fight only for moral reasons. Sacrifice and care for your families and your neighbors. Look after those weaker than you, especially those seeking refuge from suffering. Build great things, make massive technological advances, explore the universe, cure diseases, enrich our culture, be the world's greatest artists and scientists, reach only for the stars, aspire to and do not ever belittle intelligence. Look for the truth, and I promise you, you will find the truth. And one of those truths is that the only ceiling to what you can achieve is that which you create in your own heads. Remember this place, these people, and this time. I wish you every success and happiness in your future lives and careers, as I now declare your ceremony closed.
Please be seated. Well, it's wonderful to have you here. My name is Duncan Iveson. I'm President and Vice Chancellor here at the University of Manchester, and I know for all of us at the university, this is one of our favorite days. Graduation ceremonies bring everything together in such a beautiful way, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all, and especially our graduands, to the splendid surroundings of Whitworth Hall. And whenever I'm in here, I'm reminded that this university really began with a gift. All the buildings and parts of the campus that you walk through today are named after some of our earliest and most generous benefactors. And it's a remarkable tribute to the vision of those benefactors that we gather here today. So I want to welcome our graduands, congratulate you all on your extraordinary work and your magnificent achievements with us. The skills, knowledge, and experience you've developed here will give you a strong platform to not only build your career and achieve your goals, but also to succeed in the face of any obstacles that you might meet in the future. And there'll be a few, but I'm sure you'll be fine. We're also delighted to see so many friends and family members, carers, and supporters here. We thank you all very much for the care and encouragement you've given to our graduands during their studies. I know there's been some long nights and long days, I'm sure, but this has been so important to their success, and we're grateful to you for it. We all join you in feeling extremely proud of what you have achieved. This is one of those moments in life where you need to pause and take it all in. And I should say, loud whooping and hollering and foot stamping is widely encouraged as well throughout the ceremony. Our history is one of education, of innovation, of global connections and change, of making a difference. From our Nobel laureates, renowned researchers, and passionate lecturers, tutors, and teaching staff, to our librarians, caterers, cleaners, well-being teams, res life officers, student union representatives, and many more who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support the running of this extraordinary institution. It's our people that make us who we are, and it's likely it's that which drew you here to Manchester, along with the city itself. As the UK's first industrial city, first in so many things, Manchester continues to lead the way today, whether through its advocacy for equality and environmental responsibility, its innate creativity, its music, or the warmth and humor of its people. And our students are a huge part of this as well. Once you've lived in Manchester, wherever you've come from, you are a Mancunian for life, and maybe even an Oasis fan, who knows. When you decided to study at the University of Manchester, you chose to make your mark on the future, both for yourselves and for the greater good of society and the environment. Allow yourself to be inspired by our university's motto, Cognitio Sapientia Humanitas, knowledge, wisdom, and humanity. During your studies, you have all, in your own way, enriched and contributed to the University of Manchester as it exists today, more than 200 years from its foundation, but you've also helped shape its future, and for those who follow in your footsteps. We were the first university in the UK to set social responsibility as one of our core goals, and we encourage all of our students to consider their place in the world and how they stand out to make a difference. Throughout the course of your studies and your life at Manchester, you will have gained the skills and knowledge to find success and become responsible leaders of tomorrow. We will be proudly watching and cheering you on. And I do have to say this, but you'll also have the opportunity to let us know what you are doing when 15 months from now, after you complete your course, the Higher Education Statistics Agency, or HESA, invites you to complete a graduation outcomes survey. It's optional, but we hope you do fill it out so we can keep up with you. And of course, we must not forget the strong, supportive friendships and relationships you have forged here, and which I hope will sustain you for many, many years to come. And one thing I love about this ceremony is seeing all the students applauding and cheering each other on as they come up the stairs and get their degrees. Our support for you also continues well beyond today's ceremony. Our career service will continue to offer you help and guidance for at least another 2 years, while our world-class libraries will also remain available to you. And do please share your contact information so we can keep in touch with you. You'll find the details in the graduation brochure. So today, as I said, is a hugely important milestone. Don't just let it slide by. You should celebrate your success, But this is really the beginning of your association with Manchester, hopefully, and not the end. You'll now join an alumni community of more than 550,000 graduates who are living and working in more than 190 countries worldwide, but who share roots in Manchester. In fact, wherever you go in the world, you will find another Manchester graduate not far away. By joining your local alumni group, you can connect with other graduates who can share their advice with you, and you can share your advice and connections with them. And during your time here, as I said when I began, you'll all have benefited from gifts to our university in some respect. You might have had a scholarship or had a chance to take part in a donor-funded program, or maybe it's just been enjoying your time, maybe not when you're writing exams in this room, but just enjoying your time in general on our campus. Well, you may not think of yourself as a philanthropist. Anyone has the power to give something back. And through your time or financial support, you too can help Manchester's next generation of students succeed. And we hope this is something you'll consider one day. As you look forward to where your journey takes you next, know that you are a crucial part of our future. As Manchester graduates, you're part of our family, and our doors will always be open to you. So at this point, I'm very delighted to introduce our speaker, who is Professor Camden Reeves, Professor of Music, Composer, and Director of Teaching Learning for the School of Arts, Language, and Cultures. Camden.
Vice-Chancellor, colleagues, graduates, and your families and friends, I'm delighted to congratulate those of you graduating today on your success in obtaining your degrees, and to be able to do so in the wonderful setting of this, the Whitworth Hall. Today, you embark on the next stage of your journey. But this is a journey that began many years ago, long before you arrived in Manchester. It started when you saw something you'd never seen before, heard something you didn't understand, but wanted to hear more about it. You learnt something that made you question what you thought you knew. Those interests then became passions, passions that would influence the subjects you chose to study further, and those passions are going to ignite the career you now go on to pursue. There have been many forks in that road, unexpected detours on the way, but they all brought you here to this moment on this day. This ceremony brings together students from several different disciplines within the school, but I'm going to take the opportunity to point out at least a few highlights from within that range. Many of you are graduating today with degrees from creative subjects, from drama, film, music, subjects which have a long tradition in Manchester. As you will have known from being in Manchester, and probably before you came, Manchester is a city absolutely bursting with creativity. And it's been like that for centuries, actually. Manchester has this tendency to do things first, before anyone else. And this university is like that too. And in the case of music and drama, it got there way, way first. Manchester was the first university in the UK to offer a taught degree in music in the 1890s, decades before some places in the south that I won't mention. It was the first to offer a degree in drama in the 1960s. I had the great privilege this year to help celebrate the, I suppose you call it, the coronation of our Marion Miller building. Marion Miller was our first graduate in music in the 1890s, and we now have a building named after that wonderful person. These subjects reflect the university's ongoing commitment to these areas of creativity by raising them to the status of the Creative Manchester Research Platform, establishing creativity and innovation as a key university-wide focus. Students have consistently voted that colleagues in drama and music are amongst the best teachers in the university, and both departments gained the highest rankings in their subjects in the most recent Times Good University Guide. But whatever aspect of the arts and humanities you have studied, what arguably unites you is this interest in what makes us human, the creation of identity, and what it is to be part of this wonderful thing called humanity. Graduation is also a good moment to celebrate some distinguished achievement, and students this year have produced some outstanding work, and I'm pleased to announce the following prizes. So for the Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Romana Rosenkrantz Betsy Cadetta. And for the Dean's Award, we have the following students: Marek Bakota, Lucy Breakwell, Rosa Davis, Benjamin Dunsmore, Elizabeth Lane, Ho Yin Liu, Maya Ray Machia, Rachel Todd, and Oliver Wallace Forberg. For student prizes in the Department of Drama and Film, congratulations are due to Daisy Steen for the David Mayer Prize for Outstanding Dissertation, Ned Blackburn and Anouk Sokolov for the Mira Sayal Prize for Outstanding Practical Work, Alexandra Titan Simone for the Tony Jackson Prize for Outstanding Student Citizenship, and Elizabeth Lane for the Viv Gardner Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievement. For student prizes in the Department of Music, congratulations are due to Amara Harker for the Proctor Gregg Prize for Composition, Owen Douglas for the PJ Leonard Prize for Composition, Melanie Van Schut for the Hargreaves Prize for Dissertation, Romana Rosenkrantz Betsy Cadetta for the Keith Elkin Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievement, Romana Rosenkrantz Betsy Cadetta and Benjamin Dunsmore for the Hargreaves Prize for Academic Achievement, Lucy Breakwell and Ho Lin Liu for the Proctor Gregg Prize for Performance, Lucy Breakwell for the Hargreaves Prize for Academic Excellence in Aesthetics, and Ryotaro Takano, Eleanor Astridge, Ruth Fuller, and Vivian Chung for the Hargreaves Prize for Academic Excellence. Now, to all of you, armed with your academic skills, your success, your breadth of experiences, there is every reason to be positive about the future. Your job prospects, having studied here, are enviable because employers all around the world recognize the value of the piece of paper you will soon be holding in your hands. So I'm now going to hand over to the presenters to begin the award presentations. Thank you.
President and the Vice Chancellor, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Anastasios Asinitis. Master of Music, Ethnomusicology, Eleanor Baxter. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Music and Drama with honors, Isabella Brimson. Taliath Kaylee Davis. Eveline Rose Jackaman. Krislava Hristova Stoyanova. And for the degree of Bachelor of Music with honors, Marek Bakota. Also graduating with an Outstanding Academic Achievement Award, Romano Rosenkrantz Betsy Kodeta. Betsy Berkhamshaw. Esther Brindle. Amy Brown. Rachel Madison Burnett. Seth Butterfield. Noah Campbell. Longhae Tristan Chan. Vivian Manley Cheong. Laura Crooks. Alanis Marquisine Daladone. Eliza Dawson. Owen Douglas. Aoife Downey. Benjamin Dunsmore. Maisie Ellel. Ruth Fuller. Chiok Won Fung. Daniel Garvin. Oscar Gay. Charles Gibbs. Amara Harker. Garrett Healy. Lois Hunt. Natalie Ings. Katie Ketty. Benger Kelly. Eve Lily Klein. Stanley John Lawrence. Hudayfa Malik. Joseph Martin. Seth Mazauer. Neve McKeown. Emma Moore. Carl Noguchi. Beatrice Pengali. Yunhan Potter. Oliver Rayler. Marcus Renshaw. Luke Shooter. May Spice. Elena Strachan. Ryotaro Takano. Isabel Thorns. Melanie Van Schoot. Amalia Watson. Grace Welsh. Natasha Whitmore. Alasdair Wilson. Harriet Yap. And for the degree of Bachelor of Music joint with RNCM with honors, Lucy Breakwell. Ho Yin Liu. Esma McBride Stewart.
President and Vice-Chancellor, on behalf of the Senate of the University, I present to you for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, also graduating with the President's Doctoral Scholar, Laura Amy Rose Arnott. Ramin Fahadi. Yilong Liu. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Drama with Honours, George Eldridge. Jocelyn Ball. James Bannister. Thea Barnes. Mia Barrett. Annalise Bennett. Edmund Blackburn. Samantha Brooks. Lottie Isabella Lee Burgess. Charles Dix. Cameron Gilbert. Gracie Hill. Charlotte Jakobseva. Theodore Levin. Lara Morris. Samuel Osamudiaman Wakinan. Isabel Oldroyd. Alfie Pullum. Oliver Rothwell Gowan. Oliver Carl Peter Wallace Forberg. Lara Fleur Wansling. Mina Rose White. And in drama and English literature with honors, Mia Ainsworth. Isla Bone. Oscar Bromwich Henry. Isla Campbell. Florence Lucy MacDonald Duckworth. Anna Foster. Cara Hardy. Imogen Holmes Nobbs. Sienna Kelly. Catherine Louise Ledbetter. Lily Emma Leon. Alishba Mahmood. Finan McNeef. Shannon McAteer. Cara Eve Murphy. Millie Nixon. Alice O'Mara. Lucy Owen. William Philpotts. Ruby Rose Pruden Meaders. Elizabeth Rackstraw. Karina Sangha. Daisy Steen. Stella Stevens. Jeannie Tanner. Sarah Weghorn. Erin Valfish. Rosie Williams. Lydia Woodhouse. And in Drama and Film Studies with Honours, Arista Ababatula. Trudy Beckett McEnroy. Grace Brown. Elma Wajinru Bush. Simran Kaur Chawla. Rory Chilton. Lily Florence Christie Brown. Poppy Crowther. Ocean Akasha Dattani. Joshua Davis. Ruby Graham Rudd. Holly Ann Louise Grimes. Kaya Kothari. Carlos Valentino Lee. Anna Llewellyn. Alistair Locke. Jacob Marsden Pierce. Lucy McNulty. Casper McMurray. Catherine Parker. Daisy Pettifer. Marta Pinuaga Diaz. Esme Redrop. Joseph Reeve. Fisher Costello Rose. Jackson Shine. Anok Sokolov. Amy Thulis. And in Film Studies and Chinese with honors, Alexandra Hero Titan Simone. And in Film Studies and Cultures and Societies with honors, Olivia Cartagena Moroz. And in Film Studies and East Asian Studies with honors, Ellie Mae Dabrowski. And in Film Studies and English Language with honors, Annie Liu. And in Film Studies and English Literature with honors, Laurie Barr. Charlotte Baxter. Anna Clutterbuck. Rosie Cooper. Evie Crute. Alfred Davison. Rosa Davis. Rory Sean Walter Fenwick. Isabella Susan Lily Gaywood. Megan Griffith. Kira Hawkes. Luke Haynes. Ashiel Ted. Elizabeth Lane. Ilya Erin Mason. Evan Meikle. Val Michael. Sophie Murdin. Tembi Nguyen. Tara Ninkovich. Jada Uritiji. Jessica Holt Peyton Dre. Shanti Scapello. Nareen Souza Ali. Morgan Till. Rachel Todd. Matthew Wake. Sophia Zina. And in Film Studies and German with Honours, Sasha Lively. And in Film Studies and History with Honours, Roisin Connor. Amani Anushka Hassan. Cameron Howden. Matthew Jeffrey. Eve Jordan. Lucy McNally Edwards. And in Film Studies and History of Art with Honours, Charlotte Korn. Ksenia Kapovskaya. And in Film Studies and Japanese with Honours, Scarlett Balaguero. And in Film Studies and Linguistics with Honours, Erin Leanne Nevitt. Wen Yishi. And in Film Studies and Spanish with Honours, Sam Monday. And for the degree of Bachelor of Arts, Film Studies and English Language with Honours, Runi Wang. And in Drama and Film Studies with Honours, George Whittingham. Chayapon Wacharakon. And in Drama with Honours, Francis Sainz. And in Drama and English Literature with Honours, Max Cherry. And in English Language and English Literature with Honours, Grace Phillips. And for the degree of Bachelor of Music, Music with Honours, Chung Yin Marie Poon. Araminta Khan. Lucas Lebrau. Maya Ray Masia. And in Bachelor of Music, joined with RNCM with Honours, Eleanor Estridge.
Well, thank you so much for that, friends and graduands. A wonderful moment for all of you. And not too much longer. I know it's a bit like the Wimbledon final. The fans are going like crazy in the hall, but we'll look after you. You're now one of the lucky few who've received a university education. For there are many people across the world and even closer to home who aren't afforded this transformational opportunity. You carry the hopes and wishes of your fellow citizens, both here in the UK and worldwide. Success is not only yours to achieve, but yours to shape and define. Nobody can make you feel inferior without your consent. And if you don't define yourself, someone will do it for you. Now's the time to reflect on what you've achieved and those who have helped you achieve it. And I want to start with my colleagues on the stage, those who have taught you, guided you, examined you, and passed you. Then the people who clean up after you, those who support the great learning in this place, and those who work invisibly to ensure that you can focus on your studies. They don't do it for money, they do it because they believe in you. They believe that you will be amongst the next great generation that our world needs. So what I'd like us to do now is to congratulate and show your appreciation for the staff and colleagues who've taught you over the course of your degree. Then there are those who have given so much of themselves to get you to this point, many of whom are here with you today. Your parents, families, friends, carers, supporters, many of whom, as I said, are here today. And of course, many who aren't unable to be here today, but who are sharing this moment with you. So what I want to do is I'm going to ask the students to stand. You can stand up, you can stretch your legs a bit. You can all stand. And if you can turn to your loved ones who are here in the audience or figuratively if they're not, and show your appreciation for all the support they've given you. Thank you. The graduates can be seated now. Parents and carers and supporters, if you feel that you can, I'm going to ask you to stand now. If you can, take your time. If you can find your loved ones amongst the graduates, turn to them and show your support and appreciation for what they've just achieved. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Lots of chance to catch up outside as well. The great Irish poet Seamus Heaney once defined human beings as great hunter and gatherers of value. And I hope you become great hunters and gatherers of value in whatever you do next. And many of you are already demonstrating that through your time with us. So we wish you every success and happiness in your future lives and careers. And I now declare the ceremony closed. Thank you.